Hey everybody, give me just a second here. So what we're going to be doing is looking at immunity, not from how we look at immunity um like in the West, like, oh, my immune system's depleted, I have an infection, I have this symptom, that symptom. It's good to do that, but there's also the other side of the coin, and it's to look at the overall function of the immune system. The immune system affects also how we feel emotionally, and it will affect how our mind works. And so we want to look at the immune system as an overall system, and not just, again, from the Western point of view. We want to look at it from an energetic point of view, or like its energetic circuitry, so to speak, its expression in the body, and how can we help fortify it, help regulate it. If there's an autoimmune issue, how do we balance that out and make the immune system a little less hypervigilant? And instead of chasing a bunch of symptoms, we're going to look at it from a point of view of just fortifying the whole energetic circuit, so to speak. So this would be used to augment other things that you're doing for the immune system. Like, say you have an infection or a inflammatory issue, even something like allergies that you're trying to address. This could be a component that gets added in to help augment your treatment. A lot of times when you do this, things in your body will feel better, um, which is always a goal, but also emotionally, mentally, sometimes you'll notice that there's a bit of a shift. A lot of our thought processes are based on how the endocrine system functions through the nervous system, but tied in there is also immunity. Like the three of them together, like, kind of form a bigger unit, like a bigger system. And so we're going to go through and address this. So it should be a nice, soothing weekend, and also very fortifying. So this first step, we're using this to look at lower emotions. And if you think about, for the ones that did the class last weekend with the body mapping, when we got to a certain step, we did the planetary influences, and we ran it through the organs of blood purification. And I kept stating that this has to do with the planetary influences cultivating something for your higher emotions, right? So this is very different than the way we look at it in the West. Very, very different. But let's just talk about it for a minute. So first, let's just talk about it from the point of view of a chakra, right? So the chakras, the lower emotions are associated with the solar plexus, usually. But really, from the heart down to the sex chakra, all of these are holistically associated with the emotional body. Like, so the sex chakra being the lowest component, right? And sex chakra would be tied to instinctive responses. So when we look at the reflection of these lower emotions, it's manifesting in the solar plexus, which has to do with the self. It's what we're going to commit to, it's constancy of aim, but it's all self-oriented feelings, right? Then we move to the heart. And the heart has to do with emotions, it's higher emotions, but the heart has to do with others, something outside of yourself, right? You're loving something that is more than just yourself, right? So if you're a parent and you love your children, you're loving something outside of yourself. When you're in a relationship or a marriage, you're loving something outside of yourself. You're doing activities that develop the heart. So why the planetary influences? Why is that covering the development of our higher emotions? So if you think about it, what have I always said for the ones that have been in classes? What have I always said about lower emotions? And the thing that I always say is they're mostly physiological, right? They get triggered by different things in the body, and the body uses lower emotions to help motivate you to take action to thrive in the environment, right? So if they're physiological, they're of the body. Now, if you look at it from the point of view from an esoteric standpoint, the mind and the emotions are very conductive to the higher soul. The body is not. The body is resistant to the higher soul, is very connected to the earth and the influences of the earth. So you could say the lower emotions are of the earth. The higher emotions are something outside of yourself, right? Bigger than yourself, right? And so this would be reflected in the planetary influences. When we think of the self, we're connecting to the earth, which is still good, right? It's still good. It helps us to survive. But when we're looking to connect to the divine, we're looking for a connection to that which sustains all that maybe is not everywhere, but at least in the the world or the solar system, right? Like how we live and have a body and are sustained for life is through energies that emanate from the sun, right? So in the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was truly God. In the Hindu tradition, in the beginning was Parabrahman, and the Word is truly Parabrahman. This idea of the Word is something that sustains us, right? It sustains us. So as we tap into these planetary energies, we're developing something more than just our connection to the earth, our survival, our lower emotions. We're cultivating these higher emotions, these higher aspects, right? So we're not really wanting to be one or the other. We're wanting to be a mix of the two, right? We're wanting to be both, right? We want to be able to have our lower emotions to be able to take care of ourselves, and we want to be able to have higher emotions to have connections to the people around us, to have connections with our children, our family, our friends, our loved ones. And if you're spiritually inclined, connection with the soul, connection with a particular deity or multiple deities, right? And so this aspect is a macrocosm of what we're looking at in treating some of these circuitries in the body. To look at it simply as something that's just the body is to put it under the microscope. But we're stepping back and going, let's look through binoculars, maybe even let's look through a telescope a little bit. So we're taking a little bit of a different approach in how we look at the functions of our body. We are looking at them almost like outside of ourselves a little bit, right? And so right off the bat, what we're going to do is we want to kind of manually move things from lower emotions, which turns into building blocks of higher emotions. Like we take lower emotions, we transmute them or we convert them into activating the heart. If we didn't have a lot of lower emotions, there wouldn't be a great activation of the heart. So sometimes when lower emotions are very strong and very, very like dominant, if you are able to convert that, it turns into something that's a bit negative into something that's positive, where you elevate it to the activation of the heart, right? So with that, you have some choices. Hyssop, lantana, melissa, emotional release, Gilead, Paracelsus. If you have a little bit of galbanum, it's something that you could use internally, but the inhalation for this it's okay. It's helpful, but more of these other ones are a little bit more helpful. To augment, you could take a few drops of galbanum internally and a little bit of water or juice or whatever you want to do. So you have your oil, and the first thing you're going to do is you're going to recall not so much a situation where like this happened and that happened and they said this and they said that, and think of a feeling. Think of some feeling, tap into it. It doesn't even have to be a negative feeling. It could be something that you view as positive, but just a feeling. If a story arises with it, it's okay, but don't really pay attention to the story. Pay attention to the feeling. And as you're recalling the feeling, begin inhaling the essential oil with your awareness on the feeling. And then just pause and be still for a moment. And let's tap into that feeling again. Feel that feeling and then begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus, the area below your ribs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, pause and be still. First off, what do you notice when you tap into the feeling just doing this process before we even do the next step? Now, move your awareness to the front heart, the area of the center of your chest. Your awareness is on the heart, the center of your chest. And then just be still. Just be still. Again, recall the feeling. Tap into the feeling. Begin inhaling the oil. Your awareness is on your solar plexus. And then move your awareness to the heart, the center of the chest. And then just be still. Notice how you feel. How does that make you feel? Right? Right. We'll come back to that. A little bit more to unfold there, but we'll come back to it. Now, let's just go through and unwind the arms and legs. It makes it easier. How did that treat you, by the way? Yeah, I'm up for you. Okay. So you're going to practice arm awareness. So from the top of your arms down to your fingertips, your awareness is on the arms, and you're just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Kind of keep your awareness on your arms. If there's a spot that really kind of jumps out where it feels heavy or dense, or your attention's pulled to that area, this time you can spend a little more time on that spot. So go ahead and start inhaling. Your awareness is still on your arms. Oh, yeah. I'll adjust that. Okay, just pause. My apologies. Like when I do this, I do it with um yeah. So the first part where we did the solar plexus and the heart, we chose an oil, and I slipped right into the second one. I didn't even give you an oil choice. So let's revisit that. My apologies. Either galbanum or monk's anointing oil for the second one. Yeah, my apologies on that. So what happened? I was looking at something clairvoyantly with you guys, and details start to slip away when I do that. So my apologies. There's a piece that we're going to come back to that um, in the first section. Well, I just need to make sure that everybody is ready for it. So my apology. So you're using either galbanum or monk's anointing oil. Your awareness is on your arms. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Oh, yeah, the arm from the top of the shoulder down to the fingertips. Like, and you're just awareness is on the whole arms, but if a spot really jumps out, like, oh, my elbow is really feeling kind of heavy, or there's a little bit of an issue there, you could spend a little time on that spot. Mhm. You're taking light, nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the arms. Yeah, I think it'll be good. I think we can wrap. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then just pause and be still. Pause and be still. And again, with galbanum or monk's anointing oil, you're inhaling with your awareness on your arms. this making you feel? And then again, be still. Now your legs, from the top of your legs down to the bottom of your feet, your toes. You're inhaling with your awareness on your legs, your whole legs. If a spot jumps out, go ahead and spend your time in awareness on that spot. Just pause and be still. And then one more time on the arms and legs. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Notice how you feel. Notice your body and your feelings. Now, we're going to go back to the first piece. So again, Hyssop, Lantana, Melissa, Emotional Release, Gilead, Paracelsus. You're going to choose the oil you used at the very beginning. All these are great choices. You're going to recall a feeling and then begin inhaling with your awareness on the solar plexus. Okay. So let's just pause for a second. So this is the thing that like I was watching because like we want to make sure that everybody is ready for this next piece. And it's a very deep part of a mystical practice. And it's tied to your immunity, but it's also tied to deeper levels or stages of the potential for development, right? And so here we're going to put our awareness on the heart, and then we're going to move it up a little bit, like up to about here, right? Up to about here. Like so below, you see how like the collarbone is right here. We're going to go right below the collarbone right here. Now, this could be called by different names, right? A lot of times this is just referred to as the high heart. Now, part of what we're doing here is we're tapping into something that you could say hits the nervous system in a particular way that is very stabilizing to the nerves. It's also very stabilizing to emotional states. Like if you notice, you'll have a feeling, and then if you sat and just watched your feelings, and like a good feeling comes and a bad feeling comes, and it's really dependent on things going on in the environment. If you even take it a step further, like when people are trying to sell you things, they don't really try to tell you pieces of information. They just try to tap into a feeling. That feeling moves you to take action and buy something that maybe you wanted or didn't want, right? It takes you into a place of taking action. And so this idea is we want to be able to have our feelings, but at the same time not feel like we're just blowing in the wind like a ship with a sail out on the ocean. We want to be able to have our feelings and not have them like fluctuate or direct our actions and our activities, the ability to kind of sit with them, right? And so this is tied to this idea or this aspect of the high heart. And the high heart in the immune system directly impacts the thymus, right? It directly impacts the thymus. The thymus is tied to your immunity, your immune response, your ability to fight infection, your ability to fight viruses, even your ability to fight cancer, right? Things of this nature. It also is the component that regulates whether your immune system starts to attack the body or not, right? So it's tied to autoimmune issues. When there's an autoimmune issue, this component becomes a little bit out of whack, and it becomes hypervigilant. And instead of just dealing with outside invaders like the bacterias and the viruses and the things like that, it starts to see the body as an outside invader and then starts attacking the body. So the regulation of this thymus gland helps to regulate your body, but in deeper mystical practices, when you get a deity in your heart, when you get like even your loved ones, when you get your loved ones in the heart, part of your ability to embrace them is tied to the thymus function, right? For you to really embrace somebody that you love, the thymus has to be regulated, because otherwise they're an outside invader, right? If you're trying to accept Christ or the Buddha or Padmasambhava or Ganesha or whatever it is, if you're trying to accept them in the heart, if the thymus isn't regulated, right? If the thymus isn't regulated, then that deity becomes an outside invader, because you're still tied to the self. You're still identifying with the self. And so this idea, they're not like, if I do this, it'll help the immune system. All of this is function of the immune system. This is a much deeper dive into immunity, right? And so we want to regulate this, even if you don't want to have a connection to a deity. That's fine. That's okay. But still, you want to have a connection to the people around you, right? Think of times where you don't feel very connected, where you don't feel connected to a loved one, to a friend, to a past event, to somebody who's passed, something of this nature. It's all tied to this thymus gland, right? So we want to be able to go through and regulate this. So this is actually tied, this high heart, it's not a chakra, it's a, you could say, like an energetic vessel. And this vessel directly impacts certain nerves and your nervous system, right? So for those of you that have done the Lama Yoga with us or the materialization breath, remember when I say, okay, we're going to do the Lama Yoga breath like this, right? And then at some point I say, try to get the chin as close to the chest as possible, or even touch the chin to the chest. Guess where you're touching with your chin? You're touching that same spot, right? And so you're creating an even deeper circuit between the emotional body, which is from the heart down, to the upper centers, right? To the crown, to the forehead, to the ajna, to the brain. So when you go down and then you lift up, you basically are stimulating this aspect. Now, in certain practices, they'll refer to this as the high heart, but this vessel, if you look at it clairvoyantly, it's the shape of a turtle or a tortoise, like a tortoise shell, right? And for some of you in different practices where you do some version of this breath, the Lama Yoga or the materialization breath, what do they call that sometimes? The turtle breath, right? And so this idea is not going to just vastly improve your immune system, but it's going to vastly improve your ability to connect. It's going to improve your ability to connect to loved ones, events, places, just the present moment, whatever it is, it increases the potential. Like, it helps you to also go past other people's lower emotions. Like, it helps you to move past the drama in the moment, you could say, right? And so another way to say this in alchemical practices, when you look at things like the Emerald Tablet and just alchemical writings and things, they refer to this as tapping into that which is immovable, right? Immovable, which means that the feelings even if they fluctuate, it's still not moving because the high heart is in place. So you could have horrible feelings, the high heart's in place. You could have great feelings, still the high heart's in place, because you're having a deeper or stronger connection to something that's the soul, the deity, the spiritual teacher, whatever it might be. You have a deeper connection to who you really are, rather than the byproduct of the conditioning that's been happening for a while. The thymus is all about conditioning. It is, your immune system is about conditioned responses. So you move past these conditioned responses and you start to tap into something that they refer to as something that is very steady or immovable, right? So we're going to do just a slight practice with this for a little bit, and then we'll do a little share experiences in Q&A. So we recall the feeling. So now move your awareness up to below your collarbone, but like on your high part of your chest. Like if I lay my hand right there, you're tapping into that. Now, the thing is with doing this practice is, you know, got to do full disclosure. If you're attached to a story that's not true, that story starts to go into the dying process. Like this is literally tied to the practice of being born again, be it with Christ, with Buddha, with just your nature. It's tied to like letting go and tapping into something that's more real. Right? So, okay, so your awareness is up on the high heart area. You're still using the same oil, galbanum or monk's anointing oil. There's stronger versions for this, but too strong to do right now. Yeah. No, the high heart. Yeah, high heart. Taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths on that area. What's it? Keep giving them my practice. Yeah, sorry. Use the oil that you're using on the first. Eventually we'll do something different, but so your hyssop, lantana, melissa, emotional release, gilead, paracelsus. I have muscle memory when I do this, so eventually use the same oil for both, but for right now, we're trying to temper it a bit. So your awareness is on the high heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just take a pause for a moment. Take a pause. Go back to the high heart and inhale. With your Hyssop, Lantana, Melissa, emotional release, Gilead, your Paracelsus. And then just pause and be still. Notice how you feel. Let's do this. Let's do an experiment. Think of a loved one. Could be current, could be past, whatever it is. Think of a loved one. As you think of them, hold them in your heart. And let it go. Just let it go. Notice how it felt. Notice how connected you felt. Tap into a feeling, whatever feeling, doesn't have to be associated. Just feel a feeling. And with your Hyssop or Lantana, Melissa, emotional release, Gilead, Paracelsus, begin inhaling with your awareness on your solar plexus. Move your awareness to your heart, the center of your chest. Now move your awareness up to the high heart. So that area right below the collarbone, up high. And then just let go. There's this idea that, like, when you're presented with some information and you're like, I don't know if it's true or not, or I don't know if it's good for me or not, and you sit with it in the heart, and you kind of have like a kind of seeing or a kind of awareness, a kind of observation that happens. So in Kabbalistic practices, they would refer to this as imagination of the heart, the ability to perceive something that the mind can't see. And you could say that the heart like sees things in ways that other parts of our physiology, our mind, and everything doesn't see. So the manifestation of that is the function of the thymus, right? The function of the thymus. But if we look at it from a point of view of emotions and the mind and our development, it can see or perceive things that's much greater than what our mind can perceive. Eventually, it integrates into the mind, but at first has to be perceived by the heart, right? So, so with that, like if you think of like religious or spiritual practices where people just make the declaration like, oh, I've accepted Christ in the heart, that's nice. Or I've accepted Christ, that's nice. But has the heart perceived it? Has the heart embraced it? Because if not, it's just a statement. It's not an accurate perception, right? It's just a thing that we say, right? The heart has to perceive it. So by going through and doing this practice, you're increasing or improving the ability of the heart to see, to perceive, and then eventually to integrate. So if you think now, even with what we just talked about, I had you before we did this practice, you connected or reflected on a loved one. Go back and reflect on that same loved one right now and see how it feels. Something's shifting a little bit, right? So, like, this is tying things that I've been saying for years. Like, the thing is like when somebody goes through a significant traumatic event, right? When they have some sort of big event that happens, right? One of the things that happens, usually a few months afterwards, is their immune system starts to become compromised, right? Part of it is this mechanism that we're talking about. The immune system becomes compromised, the ability to fight infection diminishes, And then a lot of times what can happen in severe traumatic events is they develop an autoimmune issue. And it usually is years later. People usually don't put two and two together, but if you go through and you look at the data over a period of time, what happens is starts to be a compromised immune system and then eventually potentially an autoimmune issue. And part of it is tied to this mechanism, right? This thing gets thrown out of whack. So even by going through and just doing this first piece, this has such a regulating effect on the immune system, but it helps you to connect, right? And a traumatic event, it becomes harder and harder to connect to things because of the trauma and the effects of the trauma, right? So by going through and doing this, let's just say you're lifting the effects and the conditioning of that traumatic event, and you're not just reestablishing the ability to connect, you're increasing the ability to connect. So we've done the high heart part. Let's still just go through and mop up a little bit. So with your galbanum or your monk's anointing oil, you're going to practice arm awareness. Arm awareness. Now, keep in mind, I'm talking about something this is very deep inner mystical practice, very deep esoteric, very deep alchemical practice. If you're not getting it, just do the steps, it'll produce a result. And as you have the experience, there'll be greater understanding. We'll keep talking it out, and this isn't going away after this particular weekend. Like, we're going to be doing this more and more. You're practicing your arm awareness. And then leg awareness. So again, keep inhaling. I'm going to keep talking. As you do this, just this first step, you're tapping into something that's immovable. So that means that when negative things happen, you feel them, but it doesn't move you uh, to do like behaviors that are not something that you choose. You stay like kind of immovable in who you are or what you are. We stop being affected by the conditioning of the past, basically. Your awareness is on your legs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then just pause and be still. Pause and be still. Just let it incubate for a moment. And let's share experiences. Before we do questions, let's just share experiences for a moment.
And you can type in, you can unmute yourself. Go ahead, Barbara, then Tracy.
Hey, Barbara.
Hey there. I need to applaud your genius and how you've mapped this out over the years.
Thank you.
And you had us you had us working on abandonment recently.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been thinking about that on a conscious level, but also clearly on an unconscious level.
Sure.
And so that's the feeling that I chose to work with. And I went back to this story of being 5 years old and something I'd written about during the week and something that I've been working on and trying to clear. And all of a sudden, half a dozen other situations of abandonment came into mind.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting there with all of that. But the second time we went through, focused on the high heart, this realization, I mean, and it wasn't words, it was truth. It was just, you are never alone.
Right.
It was just amazing.
Yeah.
So thank you. Thank you.
You're so welcome. And you know, like that's the thing, like even what we're doing this morning, like I kept sliding into my muscle memory of like what I do. And we'll do it eventually, but the oils that we use it would make it a little too intense right now. I'm speaking from personal experience. Stepping this up, but it has been like laying the foundation over a period of time so that we can start addressing this both through the processes that we've been doing and kind of prepping and setting up for, but also there's been a slow walk away from how we think of things traditionally. And it's not that those are bad, those are good, but those are of the logical part of the mind. And here, you know, we're talking about the three brains in the last several classes and everything, and talking about how it's active clairvoyance and function and movement. And this layout of the 7 steps is more about movement rather than just the form itself. And so, you know, there is a very deep practice that we're addressing, or at least part of it in this. And it really is like how you can let things like kind of like fall away, and then have a realization. Like when you're in meditation and you're having a realization, this gets stimulated at some point, and then you have your kind of realization and you're like, oh, you know. And when you have a realization, a lot of times you'll notice you'll tear up a little bit, and that's part of it is you're kind of grieving the part that's falling away. And it doesn't mean that you liked it. Like it could be like something that was causing you suffering, some you were trying to get rid of, you walk away from. But even as it leaves, it was still something that was kind of like a meshed in like who you were. And so as you do even this first like step or two, Like you'll notice that just even when you go back to the story, she'll go, oh yeah, that's that story. But it's almost like watching a TV where before you were really feeling it, like, oh, this was upsetting, that was upsetting, whatever it is. Now, with really significant traumatic events, sometimes it takes several steps. I'd say there was a couple situations for me where I did it gradually, and it was over maybe a couple of years, even. Something where something dramatically impacted my life, and I wasn't happy about it. And now, when I reflect on it, I can remember the details, but before it was always in my head a little bit. You know what I mean? Like it was always, I was paying rent on it somewhere in my head. Like, it was in the back of my mind, it was somewhere. And when you start going through and doing the practice, it's like I can recall the memory, but I gave it an eviction notice like a while ago. Like I kicked it to the curb, like you're out of here. And it just doesn't rattle around in my head anymore. And we all have some version of that. And you don't really even have to focus on a particular event to process it. If you just do this practice, it just will start cleaning things up without you really having to go, what about this, what about that? It just starts cleaning things up. So that's why they referred to it in alchemy as that which is immovable, like because you really become like your inner self begins to manifest externally, like that part that you always like tap into, and then you go out and you start doing things with whatever situation's going on. We kind of deviate from it, right? And so for a while, I mean, this is, I'm going on a tangent. This is, if you don't understand this, just kind of listen. But for a while, we go, okay, if we're looking at like yin and yang, and we go, okay, we go from our state, and then we go out to do movement, like how we do, like, okay, I'm going to go have a talk with this person. I'm going to say this, I'm going to say that, I'm going to say these things. They're going to realize how wrong they are. They're going to apologize, or they're going to fight back. And then I'm going to say this, and that's how it's going to go. And then you go out and none of that happens, right? So you thinking about it was the state, and then you going and having interaction with the person is the movement, the action, the dynamic activity. And usually they don't match because our state for a while is based on our logical mind, like our ideas or opinions or things like this. When you start to cultivate this high heart, because they refer to this as that which is immovable, you stop going to the mind and you actually start going to the soul, right? You start touching into that inner divinity, and then you go, okay, this is what I'm going to do. And then you go out, and whatever you do is a manifestation of that. But when we're in a place of suffering, we're going to the mind and then going to the environment and taking action. And so as we drop down into something deeper, we start doing the same mechanism, but we stop identifying with the mind and we start identifying more with the soul, and then or the Buddha nature, right? And then we begin to act on that in the world. And as you do that, that is literally how you diminish or end your suffering, in a nutshell. So that's the first application. The second application, I'm joking, but this whole thing is about tying this part together. When you're treating your immune system, what you're really treating is you're treating the disharmony that happens between the mind and the outer world. And so, we go through and we treat it, and we all have this issue. Like everybody has this issue. But the more that you can shift it to the high heart, and then there's the external manifestation. It literally starts to break down the causes of our negative immune function, but it also, like, just our inner suffering, our inner, things that don't make us happy, things that don't bring us joy, things that, fill in the blank. It's a very simple practice. It's a very profound practice. I mean, we'll eventually build on it, but never in a million years did I think I was ever going to be presenting this. Never. But with the pandemic and us starting to do 3 brains, I was like, it's showtime. We're breaking out some of the old goodies. You will not find this in a book. I've never seen this in a book, by the way. It's always inner teachings. Student to teacher, inner transmission, or at very most images in a book that you have to sit and meditate on.
Nice. And then go ahead, Tracy, then Dan.
Hey, Miss Tracy.
Good morning. So the lantana,
Mhm.
just like, it felt like I was eating wasabi, like by the handfuls. Like it just went up and cleared my sinuses, and I started sneezing, and
Oh, you weren't
my
supposed to
left
inhale it. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I'm teasing. Couldn't help myself. I couldn't help myself.
is that, I mean, you know how they say that the tight sternocleidomastoid can mimic sinuses, and it felt like, so yesterday I started inhaling it just to see, and it felt like I felt it in my neck. It was really interesting. And then
It loosens, it diminishes not just the tension in the sternocleidomastoid, but the sternocleidomastoid will cause more dysfunction in the body than any other muscle, by far, any other muscle. And in certain practices, like osteopathic practices, and in Japanese kinds of manipulation, it's all about the sternocleidomastoid. Like, it's just like they go to that, they treat that before they treat anything else. Like, in osteopathic practices, like I'm talking about old osteopathic practices, they look at that muscle and they look at the hip socket. Like, those are the 2 go-to things. And the hip socket was probably because the old osteopathic practices were mid 1800s, and people were getting thrown off horses all the time. So, like, I go back to, it was all about the sternocleidomastoid. It's just all about that. And it will cause so much dysfunction in the head, in your nervous system, in your breathing, in your sinuses, even like how you feel. Like how even like when we say like, oh, I got triggered by this, I got triggered by that. A lot of like how you can look at the level or degree that a person gets triggered or offended or whatever, you could directly correspond to the sternocleidomastoid, like especially the deeper head. And the more that you unwind that, your instinctive responses begin to shift and change. And you'll notice over a period of time, things that used to trigger me don't trigger me as bad. They are still upsetting, but I don't get triggered. You know what I mean? And so if you loosen that up enough, it will actually change your stress response, and it will change your body's response to when somebody's projecting a lot of negativity at you, like aggression, violent manipulation, whatever. It's almost like you like pull the plug on the effects of what they're doing. They're still doing it, you still might feel it, but you become significantly less reactive to it. You just go, oh, look, they're trying to manipulate me, or they're trying to bully me into doing something, and you just are like, no, like you know, it's really that muscle is really significant into even like cognitive functions.
It was very interesting. And when I'm so sorry, I was working on not abandonment,
Sure. I mean,
but
everybody's got that.
no, it was betrayal. I couldn't put a
Oh
I
yeah,
couldn't put a name on it when I was trying to think about it. So I was thinking about the feeling of
right.
when
You're talking
somebody,
about my old best friend right now, betrayal.
yeah, betrayal. And but it's funny because I abandoned the dog outside. So if you hear something, it's because he's trying to get back in. Um, but I couldn't. It's so weird. I get sometimes feelings and thinking, like, is it a thought or is it a feeling, get confused in me. So
Yeah.
'cause
So,
I
you know,
kind of
that's a
think
very
it's
good
the same
question.
thing.
That's a very good question. And so they usually mix to cause like to create like a thought form, but they're two separate things. There is thought processes and then there's feelings. And then if you think something, it generates a feeling. And if you feel something, you know, rarely do you feel something without it stirring a thought, right? So doesn't really matter where it started, it produces the other. So you're kind of going back and forth. You produce, you know, you recall something, you go, oh, I'm tapping into this feeling. You sit with it long enough, imagery and thoughts will start to arise. It doesn't always correspond, but it still arises. And so at some point you you know, if you can regulate the feelings, that when like a weird negative thought comes in, and like it doesn't mix. And then even if you have a feeling come up, you're really not feeling it to the intensity that when you have a negative like triggered response. And so again, it doesn't quite mix as much, you know, creating whatever the thought process is. And so it really is like a deeper way of refining the mind. Like it just makes the mind quieter and calmer, basically. And then even when you see something that's upsetting, you're like, oh, that's very upsetting, rather than you know, and then having a meltdown. Like that's upsetting. Like it's just like, oh, that's very upsetting. Hmm. You know.
One of the things that I think is interesting is this high heart or the thymus area. When whenever there's something that really hurts my heart, like an emotional hurt, that's
Mhm.
where I feel it, in that high
Yeah.
heart.
Yeah. No, that's exactly where. Right. So energetically, the back heart impacts the thymus a little bit more. But like for this practice, if we did it on the back heart, it would affect it, but it wouldn't affect it as much as directly going to the spot. But like when I'm doing healings on people, I might clean that area a little bit, but I actually go directly to the thymus itself. And so you're right, like when something really hurts, like you'll feel it all the way to the thymus. Like you'll feel almost like this, like deep, like I'm having a hard time breathing, I'm having whatever. It's not the lungs, it's actually the thymus. And so, you know, we've talked about the thymus before, and, you know, I kind of touch on this like, oh, we'll do a little re-education or something like that. But one of the very deep ways, we're going to cover this in the body mapping class for with the compounds, right? The compounds have like an alchemical name and everything, but if you look at it from a mystical point of view, it's deities. Like you connect with deities. You know how I did a whole bunch of different deities, and I was like, yeah, I'm just putting them up there. Yeah, it's all of those are about the thymus.
Nice. Okay, thank you.
Eventually, yeah. like I always kind of joke around here is like I might not give explanation, but I don't do random. Like I have a reason for doing it. I wasn't sure we were ever going to get to this, but like it was like in case I do, let's start putting it out so people, whatever deity they have an affinity for, they have it for when we start doing the practice.
That's great. Thank you, Greg. And what I realize is how much this is helping me through these really weird, turbulent times in our world. And
Yeah.
I'm very grateful because I'm not sure if I didn't have this outlet for it, I think it might be harder for me to live in the world
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, I would agree. And we're still kind of in it. Like,
Oh yeah.
it's probably going to be another weird year next year. Eventually, it should calm down. The prediction is 2025.
Oh good.
That prediction came from the Theosophical Society back in the turn of the century, early 1900s.
Who was it? Do you
I
know?
think it was Alice Bailey. Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah. I think it was actually Joel Cool giving the right. Is that yeah? It was
right.
Holy Master Joel Cool saying it through Alice Bailey, but he said it's getting a little weird for a while, but 2025 it calms down.
Oh good. Thank you, Greg.
That kind of tracks like that.
Hey, look how much you can do
Yeah.
with Zoom.
Right. I know.
Thanks.
And then go ahead, Dan, then Dorothy.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, good to
Hey.
see you again. Good to be present again. I got to tell you, this is I just wanted to just echo the applaud for putting this together for us. It's just really a
Oh,
really
my pleasure.
touching thing for me. Thank you.
Yeah.
But the exercise that I chose was self-doubt, which I'm
Oh,
suspecting
yeah.
very
That's a
much
great one.
rooted in fear.
Yeah.
Like the thing that brought it together was like this email I wrote to these, senior directors. They were asking questions, and it's like I should have done that. I should have said no. I should have said, go through that whole stuff, right? So I'm always
Yeah.
questioning myself on that. And
I would say like I want to say like the same thing that you said, but like I want to like say my version is like, say it's the same situation. How much of my behavior and actions and expressing my opinions was to try to make this feeling go away or try to make this like whatever connection with those people.
Yeah.
And then you put a lot of time and energy into it. The feeling didn't go away and there was no connection with those people. They were just like, yeah, I don't care.
Yeah.
Like it hit nothing, right? And part of that is because we're chasing a feeling, like, we're trying to resolve a feeling. It's not a thought, it's not a story, it's none of that. It's just this feeling. And I just had this realization of I so much of what I do is motivated in trying to connect and trying to manage this feeling. Not with a story, not like they did this, I did that, but like I'll try to create something so that that feeling gets resolved and I have this connection. And really what was happening was there was just disharmony in the thymus. That's all it was. There was part of the immune system was off and it caused disconnection with the people and events around me, and it made these feelings like fluctuate. And once you start to calm them down, you realize how much time have I been chasing these feelings, at least for me.
no, I mean, I get that. I totally
yeah
relate. Yeah.
and so the idea of it like tapping into something immovable, it's like even if there's a feeling, there's still like a you feel like kind of grounded in something, or you feel like, yeah, that's a feeling, but the connection, because really the connection that we're looking for out there is really trying to connect inward. And once you connect inward, becomes easy to connect outward. And if you don't connect, you just go, oh, well, because I have this, right? But when you don't have this, you're like, I got to make this work. I got to make this work. I still catch myself doing it. But like now I'll recognize and go, oh, okay, it's just maybe time for me to step away from this. And like no judgment about the situation or the person or the event or whatever it is. It's just, I'll wait and I'll see, does the connection increase? Does it decrease? Was it just false? Was it poor timing? Whatever it is, but eventually it comes around again, or it falls away.
Yeah, thanks for opening up that perspective.
Yeah.
It actually kind of dovetails on the three brain class.
Yes.
I left that with like almost like a different being able
Right.
to start to see a different perspective of I.
Right.
Kinda.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this class being after the three brain class, it wasn't by accident. Like, we had I had to kind of figure out how to do it. But the next few classes, even some of the review classes, are still tying together to kind of like, we'll have a little bit more of a mellow time because we've done a couple of them, but they still kind of pull things together. And so, and even the angelic class is still an extension of it. It's further development of something. So yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Look forward
I'm
to
glad you're
that.
enjoying.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
one more thing too, I wanted
Yeah.
to say, you hit the nail on the head with the feeling of tears coming up, welling
Yeah.
up. I
Yeah.
mean, there's just in going through that, there was a lot of a bit of a abdominal gurgling, and the tears actually that's still kind of processing now. So there's a lot good release that I'm going through right
Good.
now.
So good.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Dorothy, then Deborah.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hi.
Hey.
I've had this morning, when I was trying to get into the class, I have felt very disconnected. I mean, not felt, been disconnected with my computer. But as I was doing that at the beginning of that situation, I was calm, but I feel a real sense of a heaviness or something. I'm very aware of this area. It just started when I was working with a computer and my son-in-law had to help me with it. But it's about connecting.
Sure.
And it goes deeper. I consider you part of my spiritual connection, and to lose connection there, my face wasn't, I couldn't find I could hear you, but I could not find me anywhere in picture or name on the screen. And it's kind of like, that's been I'm right at a place, I guess, I'm thinking, where everything you said has exactly been my intention. It's like, and I've never heard about the high heart before.
It's a very deep inner practice. Like, it's not.
And well, this feels very deep. I don't know what's going on. I've never felt this before. But what brought my attention to it this morning, I had a tiny little cough. And I thought, oh, what's that about? And I started feeling all this right here. I don't know if you could. Am I on the right track? It feels like it.
Yeah, keep doing the practice, because like that, the thing with connection, it's more about feeling than it is about thoughts. And so, the thing is we're a byproduct of all these past events, all this, the immune system is one of the systems that has a memory to it. So it's very susceptible to conditioning. And so feelings will like fluctuate, they'll get magnified. And there's part of us that wants to resolve them or is being influenced by them. By going through and doing this, it kind of regulates it and helps to either resolve it, or if it's a positive thing, it helps to enhance it. But the bottom line is it increases the potential for connection. And so the mind tries to make sense out of it, but really it's just about the feeling. Either you're connected or you're not. You're connected or you're not. And so, you know, even if it's something that might be like a negative situation or negative event, being connected to it like diminishes the influence or the impact that it would have on you if you were present but not connected. You know, I know that sounds weird, but
The connection is with your higher self or your God, or
it's connected to the things around you. It's connected to people, but eventually it does become more connection to the soul or the Buddha nature, whatever you want to call it.
I've been releasing through all this, just like this right now. I'm releasing
Yeah,
stuff.
and it's, I would say, more than trying to intellectually understand it, just keep doing the practice. Like you'll have realizations of, this is what this is. Because the mind kind of can't comprehend, like eventually the mind will comprehend it, but it's feelings, the mind is like, I don't get it. Like, you know, like, but eventually it goes, oh, this is what this is about, right? So at first you're just trying to go, okay, I'm just going to keep having the feeling. I'm going to connect. I'm going to do whatever. And I'm just going to stay with the feeling. Eventually, they refer to it as the imagination of the heart or the phosphorus of the heart. The phosphorus of the heart illuminates the mind. You know, if you think about meditation, you activate the heart, the energy moves up, begins to activate the crown. Now, chemical practice is you keep sitting with this, and then eventually the perceiving heart illuminates the mind.
I'm all for that.
Yeah. Who
I
isn't?
kind of
I'll
have
take a double dose of that one.
yeah. And I have a headache right there. I don't know if that has to do with this or not, but it seems like it does. Maybe there's a shift. Oh, this is my right brain. Does that have anything to do with it?
Probably not.
No.
So,
Okay.
well, good. I'm glad you enjoyed.
Yeah. Thank you.
And then go ahead, Deborah, and I think we have a couple shares in chat as well.
Hey, Deborah.
Hi.
Yeah.
So I share the experience of the previous people, but I had one other thing with feeling stuff in my throat,
Mhm.
and so my guess is that's part of things still moving up and out, or
It can be. Like sometimes it's still tied to, like, it might be shifting instinctive responses, but you know, a lot of times when we talk about, I haven't really talked about this very much, but a lot of times what happens is, you know, we have the four aspects of the will. You know, the will to survive is the basic chakra, the emotional will, or the ability to commit is the solar plexus. The ajna is has to do with like consequences and the mental will, you know, the will to either do the right thing, or, you know, negative, it would be, you know, just negative strategies. You know, it's about strategy. And then the crown is about spiritual will, which is basically, if you boil it down, serving the soul. You know, at first it's serving others, but then eventually becomes serving the soul. And so all of these together are like a manifestation of, you'd say, a reflection of free will, right? And free will isn't like, do I go left or do I go right? I have the choice. It's really about, do I choose good? Do I choose bad? Do I choose higher? Do I choose lower? And when we start to shift in these things, the aspect of free will starts to shift and change, so you'll feel it a lot in the throat. Like it's a manifestation both of the throat and the back throat. And so it's a very good thing when you are feeling it there, because something is shifting, like you're aligning to a higher degree. But it'll come in waves. Like you'll be fine and you won't have it, but you know, you'll be fine, and then all of a sudden, like, I feel like I swallowed a frog or something, and it's just and you know, you do things to clean it out, and then it's fine again. You know, sometimes for me it will last for sometimes even a few days if I don't address it well. And so you could say in another way, the throat is a reflection of the crown. Like what's happening with the crown is reflected here. And so sometimes as the crown changes, it changes this. So it's a different way of saying the same thing. Like as the spiritual will shifts and changes, the throat changes. And so very, very good. You know, the throat is the connection between the higher soul and the incarnated soul, or the higher nature and the lower nature. So you know, anytime you have things coming out like that, it's a very good sign.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Sonia. Then we have some shares in chat as well.
Hey, Sonia.
So does the work on the thymus have anything to do with the chakra in it?
On the what's chakra?
There's a minor chakra in the middle of the thymus.
Yeah, you could work. There's actually two little ones and like a little bit of a bigger one. Yeah, that would help. Yeah, I mean, it's still just cleaning it. It's good, but regeneration of it is better, which is neurological regeneration. You know, you're wanting to reset the nerves of that particular center. Yeah. That's why, like, sometimes when I have people use Melissa, that's what it's doing, is it's helping to reset the thymus. You know, it doesn't strengthen the thymus like how we'd use the Moroccan thyme and things like that, but it's helping to re-educate the nerves of the thymus. And Melissa is actually something that is used in alchemical practices quite often. You know, there's an alchemical society. They don't do the inner practices, they do more the outer practices, but every year they buy up a large amount of Melissa for their practitioners to take. And you ask them why, they don't really know why, but they just say this is part of an old practice. And part of it is what it does to the thymus.
Okay.
Yeah.
And someone shared, this experience with the high heart brought me really from the mind to the heart.
Yes.
It
Perfect.
has brought me truly not only knowing about it, but truly deeply feeling it in the heart.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
To step into this upgrade.
Yeah. So this is what we'll do. We'll take a little break and then we'll come back and we're going to do it again. I mean, this first piece is really like a game changer, super important, and not very complicated. As long as I tell you what oils to use properly. Like it was funny because like I have these things where like I do this particular practice, which is slightly different. We'll eventually do it with you guys, right? And so I'm having to convert that in my head, and then I'm looking at you clairvoyantly, go, is it time to share it? Is it time not to share it? And then it was just too many plates up in the air, and I couldn't keep it all together. So we'll go through and we'll do it again. At the end of like us doing the 7 steps, we're going to do like a little short version where we do all 7 steps through a visualization. That is just a way to do a little like 10 or 15 minute tune-up. We'll do it at the very end of class tomorrow. So we'll be able to cut that up and give it to you as a short practice as well. So we'll come back at 10 after the hour. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. So we're going to do that first part again, and then we're going to slide into the second segment. So again, pull out your Hyssop, Lantana, Melissa, Emotional Release, Gilead, Paracelsus. Now, you're recalling a feeling, good, bad, indifferent, just whatever it is. Recall a feeling that you know that you have from time to time. And then just be still for a moment. Again, tap into the feeling, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your solar plexus. Taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And now move your awareness to the heart, the center of your chest. That's your front heart chakra. And then just pause and be still for a moment. Now you're going to move your awareness to the high heart. So again, below the collarbone, like up in this area right here. And you're going to take some long, slow, deep breath. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And just be still. Just be still. Let it incubate for a moment. And you're going to reach for either your galbanum or monk's anointing oil. You're inhaling with your awareness on the arms, from the tops of the shoulders to the fingertips. Move your awareness to the legs. And then just be still. Just be still. Okay, we're going to slide into the second segment. So you have either ginger lily or lotus. Ginger lily or lotus. Okay, you have your ginger lily or your lotus. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. You're inhaling on the brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. Open. Hmm. Just be still. You're just being still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the brain. You're still on the brain. You're still taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Let this out. Move your move your awareness to the spine. All parts of your spine. If one part is jumping out, you spend a little bit of extra time on that part. And then just pause and be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Now you're going to pull out absinthium or lemon verbena, wormwood, or Paracelsus. How's this treating you? Yeah. And your awareness is simply between the eyebrows, the ajna. And then pause and be still. There B choices though, significantly more B. Forgotten about them. You're inhaling, your awareness is between the eyebrows, the ajna. And then just pause and let go. Again, inhaling, your awareness is between the eyebrows. And then be still. Notice especially how you feel, your feelings. Notice your body, the quality of your mind. Feelings are a big part of what we're looking at now. Notice your feelings. You have a feeling like somebody was saying, like self-doubt or self-judgment, or whatever it might be. Just check in with it and see how it feels. And we're going to take another break. We're going to still do a little bit more before lunch. So let's just take a quick little break, 15 minutes. We'll come back at 10 after again. So I see you in 15 minutes. Hey, everybody, come on back. We're at the top of page 2, and we're in our spruce phase. So Sitka, white spruce, spruce supreme, if you don't have any of those. What's wrong? Oh. Any spruce will work, but these are the A choices here. Sitka, white spruce, or spruce supreme. If they don't have any of the other ones, it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, remember I talked about how the immune system forms kind of another system that is a combination of immune, nervous, and endocrine systems all combining into one bigger system. So here at this particular junction, we're kind of fortifying the effects of the nervous system as it interacts with the immune system. It's very, very soothing, by the way. So you have your spruce and begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your low back, which is the Mingmen. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the Mingmen, which is the low back area opposite the navel. Your awareness is on the back heart. And then the crown. Awareness is on the crown. The top of your head. You're just being still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. You're taking a nice, long, slow, deep breath. You're inhaling, your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just pause for a moment. Just pause. Again, your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the low back area, the backside of the navel, known as the Mingmen. Move your awareness to the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. And the crown, the top of your head. And then just be still. This feels nice, you know? Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your spine, your whole spine, or if there's a spot in your spine that jumps out, you can do that spot, but try to do your whole spine. Move your awareness to situations in and around you, situational awareness. They don't have to be positive or negative, just the things going on in your life. Remember how we talked about connecting in the first phase? This deepens the connection. So just pay attention to things that you've been involved with over the last few weeks. Go back to the spine. We just pause and let go. Pause and let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the main men, the low back area. Awareness is on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And the crown, the top of your head. And then just be still. Your awareness is on your feet. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your feet. Your awareness is on your feet. Your awareness is on the Mingmen, the low back area, opposite your navel. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your back heart. And the crown, the top of your head. Just be still. Notice how you feel. How we were tapping into feelings. Notice your body, notice your feelings. No. A lot of times when we talk about something like immunity, we would talk about what oil or what protocol would be good for this symptom. What about that symptom? What about this functioning part of the immune system versus this piece? We'd be talking about the nuts and bolts of something. And here we're talking about like the emotional component of the immune system, which is like the feelings that we're tapping into. But here we're doing something where the spruces are very good for the nervous system. And remember how I said, like, we're talking about the immune system, but we're also talking about how things interact, like this circuit. And the nervous system and the endocrine system also play a role, right? They also play a role. And so how is the nervous system impacting the immune system? And instead of going to a bunch of anatomy, physiology, let's just talk about a situation. And you could say that is how the impact is impacting the immune system. So think of like a time when you're having like a difficult time, right? This isn't like a recall therapy thing. I'm just like, this is an example. You know, you're going through life, you're going through something difficult, and what do? You think about like, well, what do I do about this situation? What's going on? How do I feel? This is upsetting. And, you know, at some point you start talking it out with your friends, right? And sometimes you have some friends who just kind of blow you off, or they say something obnoxious, or they're not quite hearing you. But then you have a friend who really hears what you're saying, is not really engaged in the situation, and can see things for what it is because they're not involved, right? And in this situation, this friend is kind of supportive and nurturing and gives you a little bit of direction and says like, look, you gotta probably just do this, push through this, get to the other side of this. It's okay, you're more capable, when you might be full of that self-doubt, or that old wound that kind of keeps coming up, or that feeling that really is just overwhelming. And the friend goes like, look, I understand you have all this, but this is what you need to do, like push through this. And they give you like kind of support, and maybe not nurturing, but they kind of give you a different bit of perspective, right? That is kind of what the nervous system does to the immune system. Like it's that hopeful friend, that supportive friend that is like, yeah, like, look, you can do this. Like, come on, pull yourself together, take a deep breath, focus on the goal, push through it, get to the other side, and right? And if that friend is not there and not supportive, you could probably do it, but it's a lot harder. Or you just start spinning out and going into directions that just cause you harm or cause you pain, right? And so the friend helps you get some perspective, and the friend is supportive enough to help you to like function to your potential, right? That is what the nervous system is to the immune system. You know, you could go through a bunch of anatomy, physiology. It's really boring and it's overwhelming and it would make no sense. But if you take it to a personal experience and you go, yeah, there's been times where I've had a hard time. Somebody's been supportive. They helped me get through to the other side. They helped me to at least see something a little bit differently, and it made a difference. It made a change. It made a shift. And going through and doing this protocol is what that is for the immune system. Just this part with the spruce, right? The part with the spruce. You're just kind of supporting the immune system to like go, okay, dust off what happened. Now go be yourself. Like, you can do this. Come on, you can do it. And again, going back to the feelings, if the nervous system is very depleted, your feelings are going to be like I was trying to come up with a good metaphor. They're just going to be more negative. Like if you just boiled it down, you're just going to see things almost like in a kind of darkness, right? Like when you go through and the nervous system has been refined, if you were to look at what that looks like, is there's significantly more light flowing through the nervous system. So when the nervous system that is healthy like goes like this with the immune system, it's like it changes the quality of feelings that come out to where you feel things in a different way, you see things in a more uplifting way, and if they're darker, they start to get dispersed, right? If that makes sense. Like the light will disperse the darkness. Like think about how you've tried to get away, get rid of a feeling, get rid of a feeling, get rid of a feeling. And I don't know if anything like for you guys, like it either stays and becomes more repetitive or gets stronger. Like I'm like, gotta get rid of this feeling. And then it went, what did you say? Make it stronger? Because like you're putting your attention on it and it just like grows. The way to do that is to do that first step that we did, with like the high heart and everything. Then you fortify the nervous system and you just let the nervous system do what it does. And it has this like little merging that happens and it just starts to shift the feelings. So when you have like a feeling where you go, I have this really nagging feeling that's bad and it won't go away. Even if it's some sort of empathy where you're perceiving and empathizing, like you're feeling something coming, you'll still perceive it in a way that's more positive than negative. Like I'll just give my example. Like, I don't know if this helps or not, but when I was younger, I could even say this has happened in the last few years. So younger was more prominent, but it still happens. And there's going to be some sort of change that's going to happen. I usually can feel it coming. Like I can feel the change coming. And if my nervous system is depleted, it feels like it's going to be this just bad thing, right? It doesn't feel like it's going to be good, right? So I have this like despair or fear or hopelessness or, whatever it is. Then if I fortify the nervous system, it's like, yeah, there's some change coming and it might be a little bit uncomfortable, but it's almost exciting. Like, hey, I get to do something different. I get to bring something in. I get to have a new experience. I get to have fill in the blank, If you think of the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi, where there is darkness, light, where there is sadness, joy, where there is despair, hope, where there is doubt, faith, where there is injury, pardon. Those aren't all thoughts, those are feelings. Moving a feeling from negative to positive, where there is darkness, light, where there is sadness, joy, where there is despair, hope. Feelings help motivate you to do something good or something bad in your life, depending on the quality of the feeling. Like when you're trying to bring something into form, when you're trying to materialize a goal, the stronger the feeling, the stronger it's going to come into form, right? The stronger it's going to materialize. So if it's a good feeling, it's a good materialization. If it's a negative feeling, it's a negative materialization, right? Also, like if negative things are happening, you just turn the dial, you tweak your physiology so that you physicalize goodness. That's all it really comes down to. It's a simple mechanical thing. We always try to think of like, how do I resolve this psychologically? How do I manage this feeling? Go to your physiology, tweak your physiology. Your physiology is wired to do something, and tweak it to produce the result that you want. Yeah. Recalling a happy time does it. Having happy memories does it. But your nervous system, if you can get it to do this with the immune system, it will tweak it. It will adjust it. When I was working with Down syndrome kids that had been, and they usually had some autism as well, that had been very traumatized. One of the things that I would have the parents do is make a book of happy events, of like pictures of happy events. And when the child would get like really combative and out of control, I was like, open up the book, have them look at the book and remember the birthday party and the swim party with the friends and going to Disneyland and whatever it was. And as soon as they would start looking at the book, it would pull them right out of whatever the funk was. So they would carry around this book, and basically the same idea. I couldn't get them to smell oils, but I could get them to look at the book. Right, if that makes sense. So anyway, enough of my yakking. You want to share experiences or ask questions? We're going to come back and do a little bit more after lunch. We're not done with this segment, so but if you want to share experiences, go ahead or ask a couple questions. Let's keep the questions related to this process.
Go ahead, Teresa, then
Hey,
Tracy.
Teresa.
Hi, Greg. How are you today?
Hey, I'm doing good. How about you? How'd you do with the process?
Oh, it's amazing.
Good.
And I think you just touched on it, but I wanted to get into some of the subtlety.
Sure.
So kind of the experience and a question in it. This process actually helps disconnect from potential toxic experiences to connecting to healthy, or could I perceive it or apply it in that way?
Yeah. Well, it's gonna it's the emotional body doesn't really like pick and choose. It's either on or off, right?
Yep.
And so a lot of times the connection to a toxic thing, the why it continues is we're trying to like disconnect or push it away. And really what we're doing is like we're gonna connect, we're gonna increase the connection, and then we're gonna flood it with light. We're gonna flood it with whatever, because soon as that pipe is open, so to speak, light can come into it and the heart can then clean it up. But the difficulty with toxic situations is they're so toxic, we don't want to have anything to do with it. And so the heart never gets the chance to come up and go, let me clean this up. And so, it's not really a super conscious choice. It's really like your body is like, I don't want to deal with that. Like make it go away. And so you're kind of using a little bit of your intention and will to say, okay, I'm going to go through, I'm going to open up the connection because we're going to clean this up. It's not like I'm just going to open up the connection and go, let's connect to it and feel the toxicity. It's like, let's open up the connection so that we can send the cleaning crew in and just start mopping that up. And the situation itself, be it an old event or even something current, the situation itself might not change. It usually does, but it might not. But you'll change, and how you respond to it, how it makes you feel, will usually drastically change.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. I had a few experiences this week, and I think I do this naturally, not probably.
Yeah, we're wired to do this. Like this
Yeah.
isn't like technique. I mean, we're just leaning on our physiology. Like, let's lean on our emotional body or physiology and let it do what it does. So I would agree with you. You totally do it naturally.
Yeah, I think it's just putting the context or the language to what it is actually doing and understand, so it can be utilized more in the transmutation. Right. So that's great. I appreciate that very much.
Good.
That was it.
Okay, thank you. Glad you're having a good experience.
And then go ahead, Tracy, then Lucinda.
Hey, Miss Tracy.
Hi. So I started getting really annoyed at Brian for not for doing anything, just annoyed at the dogs, and then like that kind of passed, and then I got a headache, and I just stayed with it, and then it was hard to follow you. I was falling asleep during the whole thing. That's my experience.
And do you know what the video is about? It's hard because like feelings aren't necessarily our thought process, and so we can feel something, and what the brain starts to go, it starts to go like, I think it's this, I think it's that.
Well, I was also thinking when we were thinking about something in the past week, I was thinking about work and this one employee that is very childlike and like pitches a temper tantrum. And
Are we
that
talking
I
about an
think
employee, or are we talking about your brother?
I'm talking about an employee,
But we're
but
really talking about your brother.
probably.
Yeah. Yeah. The employee was the trigger.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's the feelings like when your parents were passing and all that with the brother. Like that's
Oh,
the feeling,
okay.
that's the feeling you're processing.
Yeah, it's like sometimes I had to I had to hold all of his emotional outbursts.
You mean his childlike emotional outbursts?
Yeah. You know, like it felt like I had to
Like
be the one
describe the
to
employee and then go, oh yeah, that's my brother.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this feels I know every class is important, but this feels like a really important class for me.
This is a pretty big deal. Like this
Yeah.
is um we did the energetic mechanics to the nervous system. That one's a big deal, but for a different reason. And still played into all the three brain stuff that we're doing. And this is a big deal, plays into the three brain things. But even if like nobody did any of the three brain stuff, the nervous system, the immune system, and then later when we do the endocrine system, even that right there can be dramatic in how it impacts a person.
Well, and it makes sense. It feels like I've been carrying around all this emotion
Yeah.
from my heart up.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah,
Like,
there you go.
which is why my neck's gets messed up, which is why I got sinus stuff and I'm, just allergy stuff. And yeah, I've just been carrying around this massive, like, annoyance.
Right. Wait, are we talking about how you feel or your brother? I'm not sure. Which one are we doing?
I think it's both. I think it's
Yeah.
all.
I mean, and not to defend your brother, but like he has his conditioning and his parents were passing. He got all stirred up, but I mean, just from the things you told me, he didn't handle himself
No,
well.
no. He's my mother's son. She
Yeah.
never handled her emotions. He never handled his.
Yeah. So God bless him, but at the same time, you got to do what you got to do to feel good about yourself and survive. And no
that
judgment on what he was going through or what he did or whatever. It is what it is, but you need to be able to feel good. Because remember, like the feelings are about the self, like about us, like how I feel about this, how I feel about that. And so it's not that they're good or bad feelings. It's not to even judge the feelings. It's just what we're feeling. And how do I get out of that place where they're icky, and how do I get to the place where the feelings are nicer? Like that whole thing, sadness to joy, despair to hope, doubt to faith, whatever it is, you're moving things from like a more negative component to a more positive component.
This is the first time I've done Twin Hearts for so long, but this is the first time that I've heard it explained that way with the emotions. And I'm like, duh, like a light bulb just went off,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. That prayer is a very interesting prayer.
Thanks, Greg. This is really
You're
good.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Lucinda.
Hey, Lucinda.
Hey, how are you?
Hey.
This has been kind of a real interesting class. I too fell asleep. Bottle went rolling. The thing I really noticed is before everything was always a negative emotion that I was, or experience that I was trying to get rid of. And now, after how many years or whatever classes, they're really hard to pull up.
Right. Oh, beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I guess a couple things. One is, I was always afraid to do a positive emotion because this always felt like cleaning something out or dispersing it or making something less. So, so is the body, the immune system, the emotional system just automatically knows what's a good feeling versus a.
Well, it's not even that it's like weeding it out. It's like you're just, I don't know if this is the right terminology, but it kind of will make sense. It's like the negative emotion versus the higher emotion. It's not like an either or. It's like the negative component is like the lower part of it, the part that's like closer to the earth, like to the form. And as you keep elevating it, it's not changing it like from negative to positive. It's just kind of like raising in vibration, to the point where at first we'll go like, I have a better sense of well-being, I have a better this, I have a better that. And eventually it has an impact on the mind, but that the emotion, it's like you set it in motion and it keeps even going past the mind. And this is why that they refer to this as spirit in alchemy, is eventually it develops a thing that's even beyond, like when you're having like oneness with the soul or something like that. There's even a realm that kind of starts to open up even beyond that. So it's like you set it in motion, and it's a kind of expansion that continues once you get the ball rolling.
Well, I totally understand that. So is there a progression? So it seems like even the good feelings are like, I'm not even attached to those, and
Yeah.
everything is just.
Yes, you nailed it on the head. So what starts to happen is you go, oh, it goes from negative, it starts to feel positive, then it feels more positive, then it feels even more positive. Because even when you're like feeling something, you go, wow, this feels really good. It's like there's still more beyond that. Like, you want to keep doing it because it will expand to that. And in like in the Buddhist tradition, they'll refer to at some point there's the development of no self, right? And it's just the development of this feeling to a point where it's beyond the life. Like that's what they mean by no self. It's beyond your experience of life. So you're beginning to experience something that is more in the true nature, the Buddha nature, the higher astral realm, whatever you want to call it. But a lot of these things start off like of the earth, and you basically keep moving it up until it goes beyond that connection. So like what we did in the last weekend, where we utilized the planets, like the planets as a thing for your mind to perceive, keeps taking it higher and higher and higher beyond the life. Like when you start to experience the planetary influences on the emotions, you're going beyond this particular life. But your birth sign is almost like an anchor into like how you feel or what you feel. So right now we're expanding them, but a little bit later, like in November, we're going to do this process that is about unwinding your specific birth sign, because it's tied to like how you experience life. You could say it's even tied to the kind of karmic imagery that comes in.
Yes, I have a very emotional birth sign, so that'll be good.
But I mean, for everybody it's that way.
Yeah.
Like, mine's well, yeah. it I say this about some of the classes, they're a game changer. This whole process that we're doing from the three brains and even the mystical protection class, and then we're moving it, and then the angelic class, and it's like this process that's unfolding that it is it's a mystical practice. It's mystical practice is tapping into the intuitive mind, which is beyond the senses. So, you're developing certain things, but the idea of feelings play much more of a role in mystical practices than in other practices that are more step by step.
No, this is very helpful because I thought
Yeah.
I should be feeling more, not being more detached from it all.
No, at some point you just almost feel like just like a kind of nothingness. Like
Yeah, like there's something bigger out there.
Yeah.
So
You literally become a vessel. Like when it starts to open up more, you're literally becoming a vessel.
well, this is the small stuff now that you don't sweat.
Mm-hmm.
So can you do this a little preemptively?
You don't have to do it before like an event. Like if you do it, it just gets set in motion. So you could do it, not do it for like a month, and then you have some weird interaction or it's already in motion. Like every time you sit down to do this practice, you just put it in more motion. Like a lot of times when we're thinking of symptom-oriented things, it's like, gotta do this technique to address this issue, right? This is the other side of the coin where you're just putting a motion in place and it's just going to keep doing what it does. And so every time you do this, regardless of there's something going on or not, you've put it in motion. And if something's starting to happen, you don't have to sit down and do it. You've already put it in motion.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fabulous. Thank you. Thank
Yeah. You bet.
And go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg, you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Okay, good. I got a question on the first section. Is this a place I can ask it?
Sure.
Okay. For the first section, if we're feeling not real solid, or if we've got somebody who's just starting out, would we use hyssop oil to start to get
any of them
start
work?
moving?
Hyssop is really solid, and lantana is really solid.
Okay. Because what I was thinking of hyssop to sort of gently start the process going, and then
Sure.
later shift into something like an emotional release or something like that.
Sure.
Okay. All right. What is lemon verbena a mix, or is it a single?
No, it's a plant. It's a plant.
It's a blend. Okay.
No, it's a plant.
It's a plant. Okay. Okay. Because I noticed it was very lemony and very intense all at the same time.
Yeah, it's very good for overall tonifying the endocrine system, and it enhances or improves how the endocrine system communicates.
Okay.
So this part where we do the ajna, is about endocrine function. Like we're not doing a deep dive on it, but it's still like kind of pepping it up a little bit. You know what I mean? It's making it like align with what's happening.
Okay.
Yeah. Any of those oils work, by the way, for that. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah. Lemon verbena is one of the best endocrine tonics, though.
Okay.
It's a really good, like just broad spectrum endocrine tonic. Yeah.
Okay. Also, I have a success story for you.
Oh, I love it.
I took the APR that we got in a couple classes ago, and I was having a real bad reaction in my mouth. Real bad reaction. I was like 9.5 out of 10 pain.
Mm-hmm.
And after doing the APR twice with the positional release that we did in the Wednesday night class a couple weeks ago, after doing it twice, the pain was down to a 1.
Oh, tremendous. Yeah.
So it was like big win. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, that positional, the APR, which just is aromatic positional release,
Yeah.
it helps to release the tissue so that the nervous system can shift, or if there's pain or trauma, APR could actually be used as a pain reliever, but it's part of it is because of how it unwinds the tissue.
Yeah. And the problem was I had bit down on that side of my mouth really hard at night and displaced one of the teeth, a couple of the teeth.
Oh, wow.
That's what was hurting.
Yeah. No,
so
no.
the APR and the positional releases just knocked it right back.
Good.
So
Oh,
it
so
was
good. So good.
Such a relief. Thank you. Thank you.
Good.
Question. Is this a good protocol for once a month or maybe quarterly to help keep the immune system at its optimal state?
Once a month, yeah. Quarterly, like if you don't have big immune issues, but you could even do it a couple times a month, or there's times where I do this like weekly, even a couple times a week. If there's like a bunch of inflammation in the body, or if I'm feeling worn down. Like my bottom line is, if I'm feeling worn down, or if I start to have weird feelings, I go to this.
And go ahead, Letty.
Hey, Miss Letty.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Sam. Greg, I have a question. I was wondering if I could ask this one, and it's about like when we were working on one. Is that okay? Because I think everybody's done.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you were
Letty,
talking
you
about,
get to ask whatever questions you want. You make the booklets, so.
Thank you. Okay, so when you were talking about the thymus and you were saying it's all about conditioning, does that mean does that apply to like when people get triggered by certain things? Like let's just say obviously I work with special needs kids, so they all make different noises and different, just different noises and different motions that they do, especially like your autism kids, right? And they're being we're being triggered by those noises or those movements that they make. Is that also, does that have to do with the thymus, or is that different for every person?
That would be more in instinctive responses, where so in the three brain approach, that would be more the root brain or the sex chakra, which is like the instinctive responses, the tendency to get triggered. So that is more tied to the stress response, the startle response, all those kinds of things. And eventually that affects the mind. A lot of times what our opinions or viewpoints are more a byproduct of instinctual responses than they are about our thought processes. And so things that are calming and soothing to stress usually will help to reduce that response somewhat. Eventually, feeling can be triggering, but it's different than getting triggered by stimuli. So anytime you see like external stimuli triggering you, that's always the root brain. Like almost always, not every time, but 95% of the time. And so frankincense can be okay. Frankincense, that blend relaxation, that's kind of what that's for.
Okay, the relaxation.
Relaxation. In the old days I used to use linden blossom, but linden blossom works, but it's hard to get and it's expensive, and things like frankincense are more helpful. And if you think about like what I've said in the past about like a study with frankincense, is frankincense has been studied, and they say that if you use frankincense on a regular basis, you are less reactionary to environmental factors. And so what they're saying is, like, if you have like allergies or sensitivities or something like that, but it's still the same mechanism. Like if you're using frankincense, you're reducing the tendency to react physically, emotionally, mentally, whatever it is, instinctively. And so with regular use and consistent use of frankincense, it will knock that down. And so, you know, like in a classroom, you have a lot of different dynamics. Like you have a
Yeah.
lot of different things going on. But if you have a group where they're all getting triggered by each other, start cranking the frankincense or the relaxation blend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like we have this kid that has autism, and he makes like these, you know, he claps and then he makes like this loud noise, and
Yeah.
we have like a teacher that she's like, I'm sorry guys, she goes, I'm getting really triggered, and she's like, I have to go. And you know, we're on lunch duty and it's loud, and you know, then you have this kid just clapping and making the noises that he makes, and I just felt bad because I'm like, wow, she's really getting triggered.
Yeah.
Like I feel like I'm just kind of like, oh, okay, it is what it is, but I'm not really, I don't feel like I'm getting triggered, but
Yeah, well, I mean, you've done a ton of work with all this
Mhm.
stuff, and so it makes it a bit easier. It still doesn't mean that it's not like upsetting or irritating or, you know, a little bit, but like you can go, oh, I can see that this is bad, but I'll get through it, right?
Mhm.
And so, yeah, the frankincense is very helpful.
Very good.
Yeah.
Now, is there anything
There's
for
a
that?
couple other things, like if I think about it, let me look something up real quick. There can be a couple other choices, but I have to look it up.
Now, for that particular kid, would there be something to calm those repetitive motions? Like,
throw the frankincense bottle at it, like, and just say behave. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I mean, white spruce or Sitka potentially might be a little bit helpful, but still, even in my notes, the frankincense
frankincense is top.
is the
Yeah.
big hitter. Yeah, it's the
Mhm.
big hitter. The thing with those kinds of situations where it's autism or
Mhm.
Downs or both, or
Autism. Well,
um
actually, I mean, yeah, usually.
for that, sometimes the movements and things that they start doing and the noises is because they're getting overstimulated. And
Mhm.
so the overstimulation, try sage, like
Sage,
different
okay.
sages. Yeah.
And the thing with this kid, that it doesn't really matter where he's at in the classroom or the cafeteria.
It's
The same.
sometimes it's even his feelings are triggering, but
Mhm.
you know, just the bit that I've worked with them, it could be a conversation, it could be that they're not being included in the conversation, it could be the topic of conversation, it could be somebody else is doing something they'd rather be. Like the list is just,
Yeah.
you're never going to figure it all out. So the best thing to do is just like, how do I calm it down? Right.
Mhm.
And if you think about, like, we use sage to calm down the sensory nerves in the body, you're wanting to do that, you're calming the sensory nerves. Like when they're getting over agitated, they'll, you know, like this one kid that I used to work on, like when he'd start getting over agitated, start rocking and like doing this with his fist. And if I use sage, it wouldn't stop immediately, but after a while, he'd stop rocking and he'd start doing this. And then every once in a while, he'd just come up like this. And then after a while, he would just stop. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I want to try that on some of the kids and see if that
Yeah.
helps out, because we've got
Yeah,
quite a bit of them.
probably rotate the sage and the frankincense.
Okay, I think that would be good for like for that coworker, but I think both of those would also be good for her.
Yeah, your coworker probably needs a bit more frankincense than anything. But both, you're right, both would be good.
Mhm. Okay, thank you so much, Greg.
You're
Thank you.
so welcome.
If you're immune compromised, how often should you do this protocol?
You could do it once a week. Yeah, I mean, if you feel up to doing it a little more, you could do it a little more. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we're at 1:30. How about we'll take an hour and a half break. We'll come back right at 3 o'clock and we'll hit the ground running. Everybody, come on back. And we are mid page on page 2. So here we're going to use some form of sage. Clary sage is not a great choice here, but all the other sages work. So whatever sage you have, including Sage Supreme. If you don't have any of these and you have Clary Sage, it's a B or maybe a C choice, but at least it's something. But you're really shooting for any sort of sage. In here, we're kind of balancing out the sympathetic, parasympathetic, but we're also stimulating. Stimulating is not the right word. The thing with sage is it's very good for balancing out the autonomic nervous system, which is good. But sage is also very good for breaking patterns or programs. You know, that's part of why they use it in ceremony, is you break out of the program you're in to have this new experience. And so here we're unwinding these emotions, or not even emotions, feelings. Let's say feelings. I actually prefer that for this. And sometimes these feelings stimulate a thought process, they stimulate maybe a way of acting or a series of other feelings and responses. And so here we're wanting to continue to enhance the feelings, improve the feelings, but we also want to break kind of the pattern or the program that those feelings kind of induce in the immune system, but also in the mind. You know, like when I have this feeling and then you kind of go to a dark place, or you go to like, oh, this is what always happened, you know, whatever it is. You know, you want to be able to be capable of sitting with a feeling and really not responding. That's part of what we're doing, unless you're choosing to respond rather than just having an automatic response, right? So you're basically, in a nutshell, you're breaking a pattern. Okay, so whatever sage you have, begin by inhaling with your awareness on your forehead. Actually, first, let's stop. Tap into a feeling, whatever it is, good, bad, neutral, you're not sure what it's about, just a feeling that you know that you have. Tap into it a little bit. Tapping into a feeling. Okay, we're just checking in with it now. Completely let it go, and we're going to see what happens. You're inhaling, your awareness is on your forehead. Nice, big, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on your forehead. And then just pause for a second. You're going to take your left hand and your left finger and you're going to close your left nostril and then hold the oil up to your right nostril and inhale. Or if you kind of don't want to do that, instead of holding the bottle up like this, just hold it off to the side. You want most of the oil to go into the right nostril right now. Still inhaling on the nostril, the right nostril. And then just let it go for a moment. And then begin inhaling both nostrils. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. Then take your right hand, your right finger, compress the right nostril, and inhale into the left nostril. And then just be still, let everything go. When I say programs, sometimes it's just repetitive thoughts, behaviors, reactions. Sometimes it's from the environment. Sometimes it's from our experiences. Sometimes it's self-induced, like this is how I manage this stimuli or this feeling. And when we want to break out of it, when we want to shift something, sometimes we gotta break the program to be able to build up. Eventually a new kind of pattern is going to happen, but still the old one has to be broken down, so to speak. Recall, recall that, recall that feeling again. Whatever one you were tapping into, just see how it feels. Remember, like, Lucinda, boy, sorry. Lucinda was saying something about like the positive and the negative. And really what you're wanting to do is you're wanting to take the feeling from the negative and just keeping it more, like we're using the word positive, but really what we're talking about is like expansive, like it's shifting, it's growing. As it comes down into something negative, it actually kind of condenses a little bit, but we want to have a little bit more of an expansive awareness. So whatever it is, it might start shifting, it might start changing, it might become a little bit more uplifting or a little brighter, but you're still wanting to ride that feeling for a little bit. Mm-hmm. You have a hard time finding. So Samantha is saying like she's having a hard time finding it, like when she goes back to find the feeling. So here's the thing: is the feelings are very transient, right? They're not um, like a solid. It's like trying to recall smoke. Like the smoke's always kind of moving and changing, right? You watch incense burn. There's a pattern, but then there's not. And so you go back and you try to check in with that feeling, and as you sit with it and you do this process, it's going to shift, it's going to change. It's so even if you can't find it, just try to kind of go back to whatever feeling is present and then just start writing that as it expands and rises up. You're inhaling, your awareness is on your forehead. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your left hand, close your left nostril, so you're just inhaling through the right nostril. And then just let go. Begin inhaling, your awareness is between the eyebrows on the ajna. The right hand, compress the right nostril. Inhale into your left nostril. And then pause and let go. Just be still for a moment. Tap into the feeling. Just sit with the feeling. What do you notice about the feeling? Hmm? Yeah, it's shifting, it's changing, right? It's gone, or it's moved to a higher place, a higher vibration. So let's continue this exploration, but now with your hyssop. So hyssop is the choice. There's not really a lot of other choices. Any hyssop will work, including hyssop supreme. Okay, so now your awareness is below your feet. Go below your feet, like 2 or 3 feet under your feet, below you. Not in your body, just below your feet. Take some long, slow, deep breaths. And pause and be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is below your feet. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is below your feet. And then just pause and be still. Again, your awareness is below your feet. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And pause and be still. Okay, check in with your feelings. Now, at first, you're just going like a foot or two below your feet. As time goes by, it'll start to expand. It'll be 2 feet, 3 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet, but just let it happen naturally. You don't need to force it. It's better to stay closer to your feet than try to expand out farther. You're basically purifying something that's been accumulating for a long period of time, but below your feet. And it's helping to shift or change the feelings that you feel, but also how your body functions. And is, it has to do with your connection to the earth and how your feelings have attracted energies from the earth and have accumulated down below your feet. So better to stay closer than to expand too far out. So if in doubt, just keep it like a foot or two. But as it starts to expand, it gets bigger. So this is the thing that King Solomon says in the Old Testament and in the Torah, where he says, "Purify me with hyssop, make me white as snow." This is part of this process. You're breaking up the things below your feet, which are feelings and thoughts and behaviors that we've cultivated that either have attracted something or not. When there's not that much light down below your feet, I'm just going to say this, we don't have to go into this very, very hard, but it's interesting, right? There's like levels below your feet. The first level is associated with kind of like animalistic type behaviors. Like it's not just animals, it would just be like the normal everyday person. When there's not that much light, this is where they kind of are connected to, you could say. Then after you purify this for a period of time, you reach this state that just by purifying below your feet is where like people who like meditate a lot or do a lot of service or do a lot of prayer work or some sort of ceremonial work, they'll end up like beginning to experience the deeper level because it's going to where the light is. If there's not very much light, you're not going very deep, right? Then if you push past that, what makes a person a saint is, yes, their actions, behaviors, but really it's how deep the light goes into the earth and what kind of realm below their feet that they tap into. And there's a realm that is associated with like the saints, the spiritual teachers, the gurus, the great yogis, all of this. And so by going through and purifying this, it seems like we're just doing something weirdly esoteric, but it will dramatically change your physiology and it will dramatically change your feelings, right? So we've purified this a little bit. And now we're going to do what we call the materialization breath. And again, I'm going to show you how you're going to take the bottle. Just watch me for a second. You're going to hold it to your chest, right? Then your head is going to come down. Remember the chin touching the chest, which is where that vessel of the higher heart is. And so you go down, you inhale. You hold your breath, up, exhale. Down, inhale, up, exhale. Down, inhale. Hold your breath, up through the mouth, exhale. Now, we do this at least 4 times, an inhalation and then up with an exhalation as one cycle. Normally, we would go through and visualize something. Here, we're just moving energy. It doesn't matter if you want to visualize something. You can if you want, but right now, let's just do this practice. And so what you're doing is you're purifying the things below you. There's a lot of things happening with this breath. You're shifting your feelings, and eventually those feelings start to shift and change, and you could say upgrade your thought processes. And you're physicalizing light into the body, the emotions, the mind, right? And also into the things that you do. So this is taking what we're doing a step further. Okay, so you have your hyssop, your head is down. Inhale, hold your breath, head up, exhale. Down, inhale, 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 up, exhale. Just be still. Okay. Notice how you feel. Try to tap into that feeling. Yeah, if you're getting busy, maybe just hold off for a minute, just let everything acclimate. If you need to get up and move around a little bit, you can do that as well. Could be the oil, could be just a movement of energy. It's moving a lot of energy. Okay, you've checked in with that feeling. Let's do it again. Bottle to your chest, chin down. We're going to do 8 or 9 materialization breaths. So down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. Down, inhale, 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 up, exhale. Just be still. Yeah. Just notice what's happening. Don't need to induce anything or invoke anything. You're just letting it happen. Now, you're going to inhale again. Your awareness is on your forehead, which is where the hairline is, and your back head at the same time. Just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then be still. Again, your awareness is on your forehead and your back head at the same time. Then be still. Notice the feelings. Whatever feeling you were tapping into, you notice it doesn't feel the same, or it's hard to find, or it's not, feels like it's not there, right? You're elevating the feeling out of from like something that's, I'm just going to use the term low vibration. It's not what it is, but low vibration to like a higher vibration, right? You haven't released it. You haven't done something to it. You've just elevated it, right? You've expanded it, right? So here we did it without a story, without a situation, without an event, without a goal, without a topic. Like, we just basically feel the feeling and then watch it change. And so this is literally, a lot of the things that we talk about with the three brain, it's in a multitude of traditions. I mean, it's in a bunch of traditions. They don't use that term, but it is a big factor for things brought forth by Kutumi, right? And Kutumi is also the being that you would know as Saint Francis of Assisi. And Saint Francis of Assisi is the source for that prayer. Where there is injury, I will pardon. Where there is hatred, I also love. Where there's darkness, light. Despair, hope. Doubt, faith. Sadness, joy. And it's an elevation of these feelings, right? That eventually literally begins not only to shift the mind, but it starts to illuminate the mind, right? It's not illumination, but it's the road, like you're hitting the freeway, right? And so by going through and doing this, it shifts your perspective, it shifts your feelings, it will start to shift your mind. Now, we've been doing versions of this with the materialization classes, right? But we didn't do it quite exactly like this. We talked about it. We were doing a slow roll, making sure that the physiology could handle it, seeing how it got processed. And there's little nuances and variations that we went through and used this process to purify. This gets down right to the heart of the matter. And so what I'd like to do is, you can use this for healing, you can use it for a goal, you could use it for your spiritual practice. This literally is how I did the materialization breath for about 10 to 12 years. Was I would just think of the deity that I wanted to connect to, and then I would do this practice, just this number 3. That's it. I just did number 3. And I gotta say, it was profound. At first I had all these thoughts in my head, and then at some point, even how you would connect to the deity in like a physical way, like I used to wear a pendant of this particular deity, like I had all the physical things, and then one day I was just like, I don't need it anymore. I can tap into the essence. I can feel the feeling. I can feel exactly what it is. Like I don't need it anymore. And as time went by, I brought it back, but it was different, right? Because I could tap into the feeling, and the feeling was expansive as soon as I could do it. That's what you want to shoot for your connection with your loved ones, your goals, your projects, past traumas, things you need to heal. The more that you can elevate this component, the more you are going to heal at a much more rapid rate. So say, sometimes we've been doing the materialization class, like in a study group or something, and somebody will say something to the effect of, I don't want to do the materialization breath. I don't have a lot of good feelings about myself. I really don't want to materialize that, right? I've been there. Like, I know exactly what you're talking about. And you're not materializing what you feel. You're actually elevating what you feel so that you basically, I use the term, you walk your way out of this, but really what you're doing is you're elevating your way out of this. You're moving it from something that's a lower vibration closer to the earth, and you're moving it more into your higher faculties, and then eventually up even into the higher emotional body, the higher astral realm. And so the darkest, the most upsetting thing you feel about yourself, if you sit, you think of it, you do this little short practice that we're doing, you can elevate yourself out of it. It's not about the situation, it's not about the drama, it's not about the event, it's not about the other people. You're literally going, okay, whatever this feeling is, I'm going to take it and I'm going to move darkness to light. I'm going to move sadness to joy. I'm going to move despair to hope, doubt. I'm going to change to faith. Like, you just are moving it from a lower vibration to a more elevated vibration, if that makes sense. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back, and we're going to use this for healing or for a goal. So think about something you would like to address. It could be an old trauma, it could be an old feeling, it could be an old thought process, it could be something that you think about yourself, it could be a teacher or a deity you want to connect with, it could be the things that bother you in the world. Like, you look at the news and like, I'm going to have a meltdown every time I look at the news. I get it. Think about it, elevate yourself out of it, right? So think about it, and we'll come back at 25 after. Okay. Okay, everybody, let's come on back. Okay, so we're going to still be using the hyssop. And what I'd like you to do is think of something that you would like to heal, something that's a goal, a relationship, or something where you would like a deeper connection. Or if it's a spiritual practice or connecting to a deity, you can think of that. So whatever it is, if it's a past event, a memory, a past situation, a current situation, whatever it might be, reflect on it. Just observe it, observe the details. You're observing it, and as you observe it, continue to observe it with your awareness on your heart, the center of your chest. And just let it go. You have your hyssop. Your awareness is a couple, 2 feet below the bottoms of your feet. And you're just taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness below your feet. Going down about 2 feet or so. And then just pause and let go. Just pause and let go. Reflect on the situation again. Let it go. Begin inhaling, going down a couple of feet into the earth. Your awareness is in this area as you take long, slow, deep breaths.
And just pause and be still. Keep your eyes open and be still. Again, think of the situation. Now hold the bottle to your chest, your chin down. You're letting go of everything and you're just doing the materialization breath. So down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. Down, inhale, 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 up, exhale. Just be still. Again, reflect on the situation. Hold it in your heart. Let it go. Chin down to your chest. Inhale, hold your breath, head up. Down, inhale, up, down, inhale, up, down, inhale, up. Continue, do 3 or 4 more on your own. And just be still. You're going to continue inhaling. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head at the same time. Just let go. You're not thinking about anything. You're not visualizing anything. Just let go. Just let go of everything. Just let go. We're going to do another one, but before we do that, let's share experiences and ask questions and all that fun stuff. How you guys doing so far? So far, so good. Kind of a nice mellow day, yeah.
Something really powerful is happening.
Yeah. Yeah. So, kind of for those of you that did the, what do we call it? The Foundation for Mystical Healing, where we worked with all the colored pranas. That's where that class was going here. Like, because like tomorrow we're going to be working with like the colored energies to influence feelings, and each part of your energetic anatomy is tied to certain things. Just like when we did the energetic anatomy in the nervous system, it was your aura, your health rays, cords, your spine, protective webs. There was all these aspects, the arms and your legs, all of those directly impact the nervous system, right? And so then when we come to the immune system, it's a different system. It's affected by different things. It's not just like, oh, it's a different set of structures. You can see feelings is more about essence, and it's like hard to kind of hold on to. And it's not like how the nervous system, we're dealing with kind of anatomy, like anatomy and physiology. Here, it's a little bit different. And so this is where the colored energies kind of come into play and start to impact us, not just our feelings, but our immune system as well. And so, yeah, it's an exploration that's outside like our normal parameters of thinking of it. But when you're treating something with colored energies, you're treating the immune system. When you're treating the immune system, you're enhancing the body's ability to generate and harness colored energies within the body. Bottom line. Yeah.
Go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Miss Barbara.
Hey there. Something's happening and it feels powerful. I'm not sure what it is yet, but the first time you told us to be still, I could not be still, and I don't usually have trouble with that. And I don't know if that was a flood of emotions or resistance or what that was, or if it's important to figure out what that was, but I
It
could not sit
happens
still the
sometimes.
first round.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. It usually means something deep. Like, how like you got to get that thing out and you can't. And so your body starts moving around going, get it out, or whatever it is. That kind of never goes away. Like I would love to say that it does, but you'll be fine for long periods of time, and then you hit on something and it'll start coming to the surface, and it's just you feel like a fish on the deck of a boat where you're just flopping around like nobody's business.
Yes.
It passes because the thing eventually comes out. And actually the other place where I'll feel it sometimes is that thymus, like where I'll feel a deep like kind of pain, and if I follow it in, I'm like, that's the thymus. Like I can feel it's the thymus. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're so welcome. How'd you do? How are you feeling?
Like I said, something deep. I feel like I'm
Deep
just
in
at the
bed.
surface of something big. I chose a goal that I've had in my mind for a long time, but I haven't really worked on as a goal. And I just said it's time to step up to the plate and call
Nice.
this a goal and work with it.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
yeah, here we are in the precipice of something.
And go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, just wanted to, the first time we went through this,
Uh-huh.
it was interesting. I mean, that feeling that I've been processing through this,
Mm-hmm.
when we first went from like 2D, which was the inhalations, alternating nostrils and stuff,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
it's like the feeling was getting higher, and it's
Mhm.
almost had like an essence of like around my throat level. And
Sure.
then as we went up, I mean, through the next ones, through the hyssop, it was like at the crown. And then afterwards with the next one, it was like, even though we were going lower, like beneath the feet, it felt like the feeling was up higher above my crown. It was
Yeah.
kind of interesting the way that whole
Yeah.
kind of just, does that make sense? Is
It
that
makes total sense. Actually, because the thing is like when you want to go higher, we think, oh, raise up, right? And that's true. It does go up. But if you really want to go high, you go down and then shoot up. Like you see in the Native American tradition, sometimes there'll be like a guy with a bow and arrow, and he's shooting his arrow like up towards the sun, and they say, oh, he wants the God to hear his prayer or something like that, which I'm sure is true, but it also is about an inner practice, because the Native American practices were very mystical, especially certain tribes, and that whole idea is like when you want to go up, you go down and then shoot up.
wow?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So
It-
you nailed it on the head.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. And the other,
How did that feel to you?
it feels like a wow,
Yeah.
kind of like a wow moment kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, about shooting up, that's kind of like, well, it just brought to mind, like, I think Manchak Chia had part of the 5 elements, I think it was, the meditation where you do the microcosmic and macrocosmic orbits, was like once you stay down like at the base of your pelvis, then you shoot up too. The energy shoots up from there.
Right.
That's part of it. So
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
I've
Very
always
nice.
been attracted to the Native American spiritual bits. I mean, Great Spirit was kind of like my higher or supreme being
Yeah.
when I first got into spiritual bits.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
So, and just one more thing too. I don't know.
Sure.
Just with working on healing or goals, I ended up going with like a higher connection or a connection, a better connection with my higher soul. Actually,
Oh, good.
because that seemed to have, I mean, it seemed to fit the logical one. It had all the healings, like my gut, all the pains that I had in my body, and also the spiritual practice and connecting with a deity. It seemed like something that maybe I'm overthinking this, but both sides of the brain could kind of just find a balance in there. So
yeah, I mean, we're always kind of doing some version of that anyway, but like there's times where you just go, that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to focus on.
Yeah.
And I think that's very good. Very good. Yeah. Good for you.
Thank you. You're a big step in that direction.
Yeah.
And then we also have some shares in the chat here.
Yeah.
The feelings, accepted facts and logic, and someone else's feelings, and let go of hurt.
Yeah, that's the thing is like sometimes we kind of wrestle with hurt or trauma and we go like, I got to release this, I got to do this, I got to process it. And you could say, excuse me, you could say to a certain extent, you kind of, excuse me, you kind of have to do that.
But then at some point, you literally just kind of walk away from it. But there's a disentangling that has to happen sometimes for a little bit. Excuse me.
I feel so much emotional pain. This is so hard. I'm exhausted from crying.
Oh.
I had the feeling that I was aware of the earth cord when I was focused below the feet. Am I imagining that?
That could happen, but you're doing something a little bit different, but I can see that happening. Sure.
My head's getting better, going gently.
Who's that? Oh, good. Okay. All right. Let's do like one more round, and then we'll kind of wind up a little bit. So think of a different situation, or you can keep working the same one. But think of some past event. Let's see, what should we do? Let's do this. Let's all do this together. Think of the news. Doesn't matter where you sit, like politically or anything, just think of the things that you see in the news. The good, the bad, catastrophes, whatever it is. Just think of the things in the news. If something is especially upsetting to you, pay attention to that. Reflect on it. There was a person from the Theosophical Society that a version of this was their spiritual practice is they would get, it was Blavatsky, Madame Blavatsky, late 1800s. And she would get a stack of newspapers, and she would sit with the newspaper, and shocking, even the news back then was upsetting. Shocking. It's always something, right? And she would sit and she would look through the paper, and she would find things that she felt called to or that were upsetting, and then she would sit and do a prayer and do a blessing. She did a little practice, and that's the part that she talked about. But she did like this little bit of transmutation, and then she would flip and she'd find something on another page, and then she would sit and she would do her practice. So every day she would get a stack of papers, and she would flip through, and that was, instead of meditating, that was her practice. So we're doing kind of a form of this. Is we are impacted by the collective, we're impacted by the things going on in the environment, emotionally, mentally, even though we might not be aware of it. And we're also not, like, we're also got our foot in a place where that stuff going on is odd and weird. But in our normal everyday life, you're in your home, you're in your pajamas, it's not impacting you. And so, you want to be aware, but not triggered. You want to be a participant, but not a hostage. You know what I mean? Like, you want to be able to not just have to check out, to step away from the things that are upsetting. And it's always something. It's always been that way, and it is what it is. We have to keep in mind that as a society, as a group, as humans, we're evolving. And sometimes it's not very pretty, but it's necessary in our evolution. If I think back at my mistakes that I've made in my life, I'm like, oh, can't believe I did it. But at the same time, part of my evolution, right? Like, I had to have those experiences to get to the place to realize
why did I do that? Or, learn something, get onto the other side of it. And so the more you do it, the more you get kind of non-judgy about things going on in the world and non-judgy about things that you're going through. Sometimes people work it out through hard knocks. Sometimes people work it out by making smart decisions. I wish I could say I'm making smart decisions all the time, but based on the lumps on my head, I would say hard knocks is probably a bigger factor than being intelligent. Just is what it is. So think of the news. Think of something that bothers you. Think of some event or a series of events or certain patterns or trends. Okay. Hold it in your heart. You've thought about it. Keep thinking about it. Your awareness on the center of your chest. Let it go. Your awareness is below your feet. Yeah, and you're gonna have your awareness a couple, like 2 feet or so below your feet down into the earth. And you're taking long, slow, deep breaths with the hiss up. And then be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is below the soles of your feet. And then pause and let go. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. So chin down, inhale, hold your breath, head up, exhale. Down, inhale, up, exhale. Just continue with that about 7 or 8 more times. Just being still. Think of the situation again. Hold it in your heart. Let it go. Bottle to your chest, chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Go ahead and do them at your own pace. And then just be still. Just be still. Just let everything go. And you're inhaling, your awareness is on the forehead and back head at the same time. Just be still. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the forehead and back head. And just be still. Just let go. Just let it incubate. Okay. Think of the news now. See how that treats you. You think of the things in the news that bother you a little bit. That treats you. I just got the official shh from Samantha. So. But let's go ahead and share experiences and ask whatever questions you'd like. Everybody's quiet. Nobody?
Says that it's still
You're right, it is still unfolding. Well, just let it process for a minute or two, see where you guys are at.
Go ahead, Uwe.
Hey.
And my apologies if I mispronounced your name.
Don't worry. Thank you for having me. The experience I want to share is that when we start this process, I could feel such a pain and heaviness in my heart when we go through the news.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it was so heavy.
Yeah.
And through the process, it got lighter when we start be aware of our below our feet.
Mm-hmm.
And after the breath, oh, such a lightness in the heart.
Yeah.
Now when we have to go through the news again, it just keeps me smiling and be peaceful and in silence. So
and if you do it
amazing.
And if you do it on a regular basis, the news won't bother you as much, but it's kind of like how we have talked about like lower emotions really is the building block to higher emotions. And so you see things that are a little bit upsetting in the news, you can actually like help bring benefit to the situation, but also use it to elevate yourself. You know, it's just like lifting weights. You need the weight to have resistance to be able to build the muscle. And here you're building a kind of like a feeling muscle or a spiritual muscle of sorts. And, you know, sometimes you have to look at the things that are a bit upsetting and then elevate out of it. Yeah, very good. Good for you. Like, it sounds like you had a very good experience.
Yeah, and I'm so feeling grateful right now for this practice.
Oh, good.
It's such an insight that we don't have to run away from all this
Right.
heaviness, right? And
Right.
just use it as an accelerator to lift
Right.
us up. It's such an amazing. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you
You're so
so
welcome.
much.
I'm glad you're enjoying so much. Good, good. Yeah, very good.
Some logistical questions.
Sure.
When we focus below the feet, do we focus from the soles down to 2 feet or just on the area 2 feet down?
No, you're doing from the from your feet, you're kind of expanding your way down. So you're starting at the bottom of your feet and then you keep going deeper and deeper. But for a little while, just like a foot or two. Yeah.
How many different things should we work on at one time?
Whatever you have the stamina for. You know, there's times where I only do this for 10 minutes. And there's been times where I literally have done this half of a day, you know, where I was like, I'm going to do this. I don't suggest doing it half a day. I spent the other half a day in bed because it just wiped me out. But, you know, I kind of knew that was going to happen. I was like, I'm going to knock a bunch of things out. And it puts you in a very meditative state. It puts you in, you know, you're elevated in it. And so let's just say I slept really good that day.
And go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, Miss Deborah.
So, I have that a little bit of what you just described is kind of how I'm experiencing it today.
Mm-hmm.
So when we
Like, you mean it's like sleepy and
no, just way out there.
Oh yeah.
And difficult to get back into,
yeah.
like even to move. So when we took the break, I just couldn't bring myself to move. It wasn't until you came back from the break and you said, okay, now we're going to do blah, blah, blah,
Mm-hmm.
that I like snapped out of it. And then it just, so that just like had a
Yeah.
chain reaction.
So I mean, that is a thing. Like, you know, sometimes we talk about, I mean, you bring up a very good point. Like sometimes we talk about like, you know, maybe not always in this circle, but in certain circles, you're like, I have a hard time meditating, I have a hard time expanding, which is true. Like people can have that. I was one of them. Like I had a really hard time expanding. But then also the flip side can happen. I have a hard time getting back into my body, right? Like I have a hard time grounding it. And you know, people actually kind of talk about that a little bit less than the expansion because they're like, oh, I'll be out there and everything. But there is something too, like what you're saying about being able to bring, like you have the expansion and awareness, and then it's like, okay, now come back into the body again. And so right now, what you could use is you could use like vetiver or ruskus to help physicalize and bring that energy, because you want to bring that expanded state and you want to bring yourself all the way back into your body, not just kind of lingering. It took me a lot of years to realize that, by the way. And you know, even next weekend when we do the angelic healing, there's going to be a practice where we expand, we come back, we expand, we come back. You know, we expand for like a minute or two, and then we come back in the body. So we want to increase our potential for expansion, and we want to increase our potential for coming back into the body. And the more that you come back into the body, it's like what I was talking about with Dan. The more you shoot up out of the body, and then when you're out, and your ability to come back down deeper into the form allows you to go deeper to shoot back out even farther. And so, working with the angels isn't just like invoking the angels. We want to be able to go higher up and deeper down to help physicalize or concretize that energy, because the angelic energy eventually releases out the bottom of your feet. Like this thing that we're doing with hyssop, you're really setting the groundwork for a deeper level of angelic energy to go down through your feet. Whether you're working with angels or not, it's going to happen. And so being out there is good, but also the ability to come back in equally is good. And so, like, I would say practice both. Practice both. And that there is none, I can't think of another oil that's better for grounding other than vetiver ruscus, which is a fancy vetiver. Like, they're both so good for that it's just crazy. The oil that we use in the class next weekend for expansion is oil that we don't use very much. I have it in a few blends, but it's Bakul. And Bakul is all about anointing to blast out of the body.
So I have both.
Mhm.
And in what regard to use it? Like putting it on my body, inhaling it?
I would
What?
inhale them. I would go back and forth with inhaling, but the Bakul, you could put your awareness on the front heart. And vetiver, your awareness can be on the basic or the soles of your feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
For me, like, it really gets hard to like do the everyday things with all of
Sure.
this.
Yeah.
Is that
And
consistent
that
with?
doesn't have to be every day. Like, I do it probably. I probably do it twice a week, maybe. And like, there's times where I don't do it at all. Like, if I'm working on something, I'll kind of do it, and like, I'm kind of on a kick with it right now, and so about twice a week is what I've been doing. And it's not a big long, like, you could sit and do it. Like, I do it for about 15 minutes. It's not like some big crazy drawn out practice. I just inhale Bakul, blast off. Then I do vetiver, come back in, and then I blast off, and then I start getting sleepy, and I tell you, best night's sleep that I get all week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And talk about dreams. Oh, yeah.
And back to the question about how many to work on. They said 2 intense ones feels like plenty. How often to repeat each?
It's kind of what you can handle, and it depends on how big and how impactful they are in your life. Sometimes, if it's just a thing or something, I just do it like maybe once a week, once every even couple weeks. If it's a really big deal and it's something you're trying to resolve, I do it every day. Like, I do it every day for like a week or two. Yeah, it's not forever, it's just for right now, but I do it daily for just a little bit.
When breathing in a nostril, I tend to see the energy loosely coiling up low back to enter nostril, then on to the brain, pituitary, or pineal. Wow, very soothing. I was spacing out earlier, for lack of better word, and just wondered if it is necessary to have my feet on the floor,
Nope.
maybe like grounding when feeling energy below the feet. I
If
was
it-
kind
if-
of out of it and laid down,
Yeah.
so I was just wondering.
No, like, if it's like makes it for your mind that you're like, oh, this makes sense, then I'd say do it. But honestly, it doesn't matter. So if you lay back on the bed, like whenever I do this, I'm usually laying on either the couch or the bed. Like, I can't sit up and do this because it will knock me out. I mean, I get up to do the materialization breath, but when I start doing the other pieces, I'm gone. And so I usually lay down. Like, I mean, why fight it? You know, and there's something that happens, you know how we're doing the forehead and the back head. There's something that kind of happens when you really, really let go. And the more that you can kind of let go, which means no distractions. You know, sometimes like when I'm doing these practices, I'll sit and listen to music and you know, have some chants going or something. I even turn that off. I just lay back and just let go. And the more you can do that, the deeper the effect.
I had a hard time focusing and concentrating on the practice this last few rounds since break. And instead of feeling relaxed, feel kind of agitated. Question, what about clary sage for grounding?
I mean, it's okay, but it doesn't really bring you back in the body the way vetiver or Roost Goose does.
And I'll type in that other one, the Bakul. It's for you guys.
Yeah, it's in the kit next weekend. So you don't have it and you're doing next weekend. It is part of the kit. Most of it's like it's a weird thing, that Bakul, because most of the Bakul on the market is fake. Like there's a bunch of oils that are like that. There's a bunch of fake poplar. There's a bunch of just fake stuff out there. And so I wasn't even sure that we were going to be able to use it for this class. And so I still had some. I had enough to get to through the class, but you know, I have to use a source where it takes a little extra time because we have to make sure that send it off, get it tested, make sure that it's genuine and not just some synthetic thing. And so we were able to pull that off, but you know, I only buy it like once every couple of years. But you know, it's pretty special, I think, but nobody really pays attention to Bakul. Like it's not on hardly anybody's radar. Yeah.
Has it been in any other kits? I don't think so.
I don't think so. It's so hard to get that I really doubt that we put it in anything else.
Where is it from?
I'd have to go back and look it up. Like couldn't even tell you. You know, it's not one off the top of my head. Yeah. Hey, I think we're good. Anybody else have a question or a comment? Or it's a nice day today.
Greg and Sam, the pool was actually in revitalizing the soul.
Was it really?
Yes.
Oh, check us out. Yeah. Boy, that was what, like a couple of years ago. Yeah, I kind of remember that class.
22.
Yeah, 20.
October.
Yeah. So,
That's how I got mine.
oh, good.
That makes sense.
Yeah, very good. Okay, you guys. Well, thanks for a good day and everything. I hope you enjoyed. I know we thought we were just going to talk about the immune system, but we had to get all mystical and metaphysical and all that. But yeah, good for your immune system, good for your emotions, and eventually your mind. So we will continue this process tomorrow, and then we're going to do like a fast version of it at the end, or like a daily practice or something you can just fire through. That's not the long drawn out version that we're doing this weekend. So
Thank you.
We'll start at 10 a.m. in the morning, and again we'll be breaking for lunch right a few minutes before noon, just because I have the Astara sessions. I do a healing in the Astara sessions. You know, it's a free thing that we do, and join us if you can, and you know, get a little healing done if you want. But otherwise, we'll go 10 to 6 tomorrow. So
Go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
You're not, you need to unmute. You need to unmute yourself.
Okay, I was one of the ones that didn't receive. I hadn't received anything from you all in about 3 weeks. And I didn't get the thing last night for the class, the link. And so my son-in-law and I were working on my computer to finally we got into it, but I did you said something about when we came back from lunch or one of our breaks.
Yeah, all
And
our
I missed
emails are
what you
coming from info@plantpronaoils.com now.
Well, that's the one I kept trying to get into and send you. Did you get an email from me? You don't remember, huh?
I mean, I responded to all the ones I got, so.
I've been sending emails to you to let you know.